Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1. Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. We'll be starting the drivers' meeting in about 5 minutes. Good morning, teams. How are you doing today? Good to hear. Welcome to, for many of you, your very first meet of the FTC Decode season. How many new teams to our league do we have yet this year? Raise your hand. To this league or your first year as a team? Very good. Good number of hands. We did have a few new teams this year compared to last, and I'm sure we have many more new students this year. First thing we want to make sure is safety at our events. While you are on the field area or in the pits, you must have safety glasses in front of your eyes at all times, and you must have closed-toed and closed-heel shoes on. That means Crocs do not count as proper footwear for first events. Walking through what your day is going to look like as you come up and prepare for your matches. We're going to be queuing. Come through the back door here. The Blue Alliance will be queuing on that side, and the Red Alliance will be queuing on this side. As you come onto the field, have your driver stations here, and then as you set up on the field, your robots will actually be on the opposite side. So if I am a Red Alliance team, I will actually be setting up my robots on this half of the field, closest to your goal. Same thing with the Blue Alliance on this side. You are allowed to preload up to 3 balls that you will take from the driver station box of your alliance. So if you're a red robot over there, you're going to grab them from here. And if you're a blue robot, you're going to take them from your driver station. Once you have your robot set up and powered on, you need to select an auto or teleop and initialize the op mode. In the transition between auto and teleop, no motion is allowed. So if you have your robot move on initialization of teleop, make sure you withhold that initialization until the start of teleop so you don't get any penalties for that. Once you are driving your robot in the match, you are allowed control up to 3 artifacts at a time. If you have more than 3 artifacts in your control, it will be a foul. There are a number of protected zones this year, including the gate area, the secret tunnel, your loading zone for your alliance, and the base zones within the last 20 seconds of the match. If, while you are scoring, a ball gets removed from the field, as long as it is in an attempt to score, there's no foul for it going outside the field if you miss. Our field reset staff will take the balls as soon as they can and hand them to the nearest drive team member that is not a coach. It is your responsibility as an alliance to get those balls back reintroduced to the field. You are only allowed to store up to 6 balls in your driver box at one time. Any more than 6, you will start to incur a penalty if it is for more than a momentary amount of time. The human player is allowed to introduce artifacts only during teleop, not during auto or during position. So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. You are allowed to have 2 human players this year per alliance. So if you want to have your second human player standing here to get those balls from our field reset staff and then introduce them back to the field, you are allowed to do so. If you... Slight change, both teams will be queuing, or both alliances will be queuing on that side. Once you are ready, the red team will walk behind the field here and then set up over here in order to set your robots onto the field. Please do not go in between the admin table and the field, and please do not come in front of the field. Go all the way behind and then over to here. If you have a question about one of our rulings during the match, please send 1 student and up to 1 silent observer to our question box. We encourage you to come with the rule book of the specific rule that you have a question about, and please do so within a match or 2 of the match in question. Anything more than that, it is tough for me to recall the exact scenario as a referee. So make sure you're within that time frame, and I will do the best of my ability to answer your question. The head referee's ruling is final. I think that is all I had in terms of questions or things to go through. I will now open it up for questions from teams at this time. Up there at the top. The drive team must be within the driver's station box at all times. No. So if you have other drive team members here and such, you must maintain inside the box at all times. It is a foul for leaving. Any other questions? Yes. Correct. So drive team is made up of up to 4 members from a single team. You are allowed a maximum limit per role. So you're allowed a maximum of 1 human player, a maximum of 2 drivers, and a maximum of 1 coach. That is per team, so you can have up to 8 people in the box total. That answer it? Okay, thank you. Down here. This is a change from last year, you are allowed to occupy the loading zone while the robot is in the loading zone. The thing to watch out for, it is you are not allowed to contact directly or through any game pieces your robot. So if you are loading your robot and you set it in, meaning the ball is touching the robot and you're touching the ball, that will be a foul. You must not make contact in any transitive way with your robot at any time, otherwise it'll be a foul. Okay. Yes. There is no limit for the number of balls in the loading zone inside the field. Outside the field is 6, but you're not allowed to introduce during auto. I would say as soon as teleop starts, as long as you are making a good faith effort to reintroduce all the balls in a timely manner, there will be no foul called. But if you are taking your time or delaying for any reason, then there will be a limit, or there will be a foul applied if you are over the 6-ball limit. Okay. Yes. As long as it is introduced into the loading zone and does not leave the loading zone with any external influence, i.e. like if you put it in and it left, that's a foul. If a robot touches it in between, then it is now under the control of the robot and it would no longer be a foul. But however you put it in there, as long as it does not leave the zone, it is okay. Yes. Beginning of the buzzer. Yes. As long as you are not touching, as long as the artifact is not touching your robot and you at the same time, you are allowed to put it in the robot, yes. Any other questions? Yeah. There are only fouls against making contact with an opponent robot within those zones. There are no rules against simply entering them. Any more questions? Okay, the last thing I have, us as referees will be calling all fouls today. That is just so we get familiar with the rules. We fully expect you guys to be learning the matches and the rules and how things go. If you get a foul today, please do not feel bad about it. We're simply just trying to all go through it, learn the game, that sort of thing. So that way we are prepared for our future events and league championship, and hopefully moving on from there. So again, it is nothing personal against the team or something to feel bad about. It's something we're learning. So just keep that in mind as we are playing our matches today. Okay, if there are no further questions, we will proceed to matches. We will start the first match in about 5 minutes. So if you're in the first match, please make your way to the queuing area. Thank you. More or less keep the music at a constant level. It should be more than good enough for your cell phone.
Oh, good. And if you need something like pop chips or something like that, go to the Wave Droids pit. Tell them you're a volunteer, and that I said you could have whatever you wanted out of the wagon. What?
I'm gonna go check on my teams real quick. Where it was.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Stonehenge League meet at Waverly Shell Rock High School. My name is Megan, and I'm going to be your game announcer for today. I'm also one of the coaches here at WSR. If you have any questions about anything at any time today and need to have somebody point you in the right direction, find someone with our logo on it, or a wave droid, or the turtles. You can't miss the turtles. These two lovely ladies here have lanyards on as ambassadors, and their job is to help you find what you need to find. So don't be afraid to ask. We are getting set up for our first match of the day, and I'll be introducing each team as we get started. On the Red Alliance today, we have Team 13206, the Wave Droids from here in Waverly. And also their alliance partner is Team 6420, Saberhoof Tigers from Cedar Falls. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3788, the Cats, which stands for Chaos Applied to Science. And they are one of our brand new teams to the league. Actually not new, they've been around longer than any of us have. But they got switched to our league this year from the Benton Community Schools and from Van Horn. So we would like to welcome them to our Waterloo League. Yeah. And their alliance partner today in blue is, for the first match, is Team 2404, Robot Not Found from Parkersburg. We have a last minute remembering to plug the battery in so your robot is actually powered. We are ready to go in 3, 2, 1. Stop. See, I already screwed it up. I forgot. We have to randomize this year. We didn't have to randomize last year, and so I was out of practice. All right, we randomized, and I'll explain what that is. In 3, 2, 1. All right, so this is our autonomous period. It's the first 30 seconds from 2:30 down to 2 minutes, and there may or may not be a lot of movement in this during the today, because autonomous is one of the more difficult things to do, and it's something that you kind of work on farther down the line. But right now you saw that we had 2 robots move, and each of those are scoring points because they moved off of the white line.
3, 2, 1.
And now we're entering the teleop period, where the drivers are actually controlling their robots. So this year's game is called Decode. And the purple and the green balls that you see in front of you are called artifacts, because it's an archaeology theme. And the main goal of the game is to pick up the artifacts, to shoot them into your goal, which is the triangle piece in the corner. Then they go through the little arch, they go through the square where they score, and they go onto your ramp to be classified. And we'll talk about the order there pretty soon. But we'll see if we get to a point where they're going to be enough. There are 9 artifacts that can fit on the ramp, and that is going to happen a lot today. So we have extra volunteers whose sole job is to track down balls and return them to human players who can then reintroduce them to the field. So they do get them back if they fly out. And you'll see right now that the Red Alliance has 9 balls already in their ramp. And if they do shoot another ball, we'll see what happens. And those balls are each worth 3 points each as they're sitting there on that ramp. And as they go through the low classifier, or the square. Are they going to get another one in there? Oh, and again, that is going to, and you'll see that once there's 9 and they're full, they go up into there and they fall off, which means that they get 1 point for those instead of 3. All right. That was a really good first test match to figure out what in the world we're doing. Most of the teams here today, this is their first time actually doing a match on a field, and so there will be a lot of learning that goes on today. And we've got 2 brand new scorekeepers today, or trackers today too, so a little patience for them as they're figuring out all this brand new software just for this year's game, because every year it changes. Inside the they can go where the triangle is there. All right, we'll wait until those scores are finalized and they will have an animation. The Red Alliance wins 50-29. All right, so there's some new complicated things on the scoring, and so I'll be explaining that throughout the match. I will tell you right now, the foul that happened here, if they do not follow one of the rules, the Red Alliance major foul worth 15 points that gets added to the Blue Alliance. The reason that they got a foul is because there are specific launch zones. Robots can only shoot artifacts if they are touching or inside this white triangle here, or the big white triangle there, or touching the white tape line down there. If they are anywhere else on the field and they shoot, launch, they call it launching, an artifact, it's a minor foul of 15 points. However, the team that trotted in, it actually went in the goal, so then therefore it's a major foul. So, and that is just learning of like I said, they've probably never driven on a field with 4 robots before, and so just figuring out and remembering where you can shoot from. All right, the scorers are clarifying some stuff so they know how to do it the next time. While I'm doing that, we can talk about what the scores things are. This first level here says leave points. That's in the autonomous, and I quick talked about that at the beginning, is if in the first 30 seconds, if their robot leaves the launch line, every robot has to start off touching the field wall perimeter and touching one of those white triangle launch line zones. If that robot leaves that tape line during autonomous, they get 3 points. The artifact points is how many artifacts, I believe. Now I'm going to have to learn this. They shoot in. That's how the points they get from that. The pattern points, which I'll talk about in a little bit, makes a difference on if there's purple or green and what order they're in. The base points is the end game. In the last 20 seconds, robots have to park in the red and the blue squares there. And we'll talk a little bit more about parking points as we go. And then, of course, the fouls that got added. All right, let's meet our teams for the next match. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 8922 Steampunks from Central Middle School in Waterloo. And their alliance partner is Team 6625 Robot Remains from Independence. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 23894, the Space Gatos from Riceville. And Team 15201, I can never remember how you say it, Palladium Pandas, is that correct? Palladium Pandas from Cedar Falls. All right, we're going to remember the randomizing today, this time. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we have got 2 moving robots, and you'll see that Team 15201 did indeed move off the tape line. However, Team 892 moved, but they are still touching a tape line, which is the launch line, and so therefore they do not get the leave points because you have to not be touching a launch line at the end. So that's something that they can correct in their auto if they just move
Drivers, pick
3
up your
inches
controllers.
farther.
3, 2, 1.
All right, now they are ready to start driving around. One of the tricky things about the game this year that's going to take a little bit of a getting used to is that Alliance teams kind of stand on opposite sides of the field. You'll notice that the red Alliance box is on this side and the blue Alliance box is on that side, but their goals are on the opposite side of the field. So therefore they are looking, and they have to retrieve balls from their human player from the opposite side of the field. So there will be a lot more crossing over during the game this year. We got a second one in there for the Red Alliance. And you'll see those are 3 points each as those artifacts get put into the classifier there, and that gives them their total score of 6. They're going to go for another one. And we're 3 for 3. You're probably wondering, what are the other bots doing? Another way that you can actually score is at the base of each goal. There's a 30-inch white tape line. And you see right now that there is one purple artifact that is sitting on the goal. That actually is worth 1 point. At the end, after everything has stopped, however many artifacts are touching that white tape line are 1 point each. Now they are free for anyone to come and get at any time during the game to steal, and it doesn't matter who put them there. If they're touching the line, they get the points. So right now the red has a couple of points over there. And now we're in the end game, and so they are attempting to park in their bases. And now the referees are going to be checking for those base parking points. This year, that tape line from the outsides of the tape line is 18 inches by 18 inches. And as you can see, a lot of the robots are actually 18 by 18 inches, which means you have to have a really good driver that parks it in there. However, the rule states that the robot has to be supported within those tiles. That means that the parking is determined by where the wheels are touching the tile, not by where the chassis is. So if you have a piece of your chassis that sticks out over the tape line, that's fine as long as it's not touching the floor. So they're measuring those parking points based on where the wheels are actually contacting the floor. If they are completely inside that tape line, they get 10 points. If they're partially inside, meaning they just stick part of their robot in or they went over the line, then they get 5 points. The big bonus this year is that you get, if both robots completely park, you get 10 points each plus a bonus of 10 points for 30 points, which is quite a bit. The question is, how do you get 2 robots completely in one 18 by 18 inch square? And that is TBD. All right, and here's the final score for that match. The Red Alliance wins. with a score of 43-15. And you'll see that those base points, both of those robots were indeed completely parked inside. The foul point, I'm going to be trying to explain the fouls for the audience's good, but also for the students so they understand why each foul is being called. There was a major foul that was called on that one because a robot from the Blue Alliance drove over and touched the black gate, which we haven't talked about yet. There's a little lever at the end of the ramp that they can let the balls out so that they can have more balls to shoot in and they can continue to score more points. But as an opposing robot, you cannot open the other alliance's gate and let their balls out. So that's what happened. It was purely accidental. It was not at all intended. But because the Blue Alliance accidentally hit the gate on the red ramp and let some balls out, that's where the major foul comes. All right, let's meet our teams for the qualification 3. On the red team, we have team 6661, the Starmont Sun Devils. And their partner is team 9203, the Chaotic Cool Cats from Cedar Falls. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 5153, Roar, which stands for Robots on a Rampage. And they are, again, one of our new teams from Benton Schools from Van Horn. So welcome to the Roar team. And their alliance partner in this match is team 10383, the Robo Warriors from Wapsie Valley and Fairbank. You just saw that Team 10383 just drop some balls in there. When you start in Autonomous, you are allowed to take balls out of your black box and load up to 3 artifacts into your robot to start off. So you don't have to start off picking them up. You can start off with 3 of them already preloaded. 3, 2, 1, go. And it looks like we got 1 mover for our 3 leave points. This is the awkward part where we just kind of all stand around and wait until the buzzer goes at 2 minutes. But don't worry, they will move a lot more as we get further on in this season, I promise.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And now they're off and running. Now we have another 4. This will be another 4 new robots we haven't seen yet. And so we've got some more interesting intake and outtake designs. Each of these teams have the ability to design their robot from absolute scratch. And so they all are incredibly unique. That was close. However, one thing to keep in mind is when you shoot an artifact, in order for it to score, it has to go into the goal like that. It has to go through the little arch that because of the red, and it has to go through the little square at the top of the ramp. If you launch a ball and it goes in between the arch and the square and goes in, it does not count. All right, the Red Alliance has 2 purple artifacts going. And it looks like they're loading up for a 3rd one. There is a lot of tuning and a lot of math and geometry that takes place to figure out how, oh, there we go, 2 at once. to figure out the launch angles, the launch speed, there's motor speeds, there's all kinds of things that they have to figure out in order to get it into the goal, but not over the goal. Oh, we are so close there. Oh, nice catch, Kyler. All right, and now everything has come at rest. Now is when they determine whether or not they earned the base parking points. And now is also when they determine, are there any balls that are up against the white line? You'll see that the Blue Alliance has a whole collection of balls or artifacts over there, so they will actually get some points. Again, the ones that are touching the white tape line, which means the ones that are actually touching the goal, are the ones that count. The ones that are in front of it don't, but they will get some points for those. And it looks like we have one base park. Yes, it's always interesting, too, at the beginning of the season when we have missing parts. Oh, sorry, red winners. Sometimes pieces fall off robots, and then you have to figure out not only who it belongs to, but where it goes on the robot. So that's always interesting when you find a spare screw or nut laying on the field. All right, our awesome field resetters are resetting. The field resetters actually have a harder job this year. Not only are they in charge of chasing balls that go flying outside and returning them to the drive teams, they also have to line up round balls on straight lines and not have them roll away. And there's an art to it, and they're going to get better and faster as they go. And also, this is also going to be interesting too, because now we're missing a green artifact. Teams have to remember to unload all the artifacts that are in their robots, and they may or may not accidentally walk away with them. So we may have to go and chase them down once in a while. Oh, and you see how Lucas is now changing the pattern. You're probably wondering, like, how do they know where to put those? Those white lines are called the spike marks, and that's where the balls get lined up. However, there we got it. The artifacts are in a very specific order between purple and green, and they always start off in the same way every single time. And you'll notice there are actually more purple balls than there are green balls. There's 24 purple and 16 green, I believe. And every pattern, or motif as we call it, is made up of 2 purples and a green. So you'll see on the top, it's on this side, it goes purple, purple, green. It goes purple, green, purple, or green, purple, purple. Those are the 3 motif options or patterns that you can have. And they are mirrored on this side. There's a purple, green, purple inside the loading zone. And then each alliance gets 4 purple and 2 green to put in their black box. And those are the ones that they can choose to preload. All right, let's meet our teams for this match. For qualification 4, we have team 14736, the Shellbots from Waverly Shell Rock. And their partner is team 2404, Robot Not Found from Parkersburg. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 10656, Falcon Bots from Parkersburg. And team 5975, Cybots from Denver. It's time to randomize. And when we say randomize, it means the computer is selecting which motif or pattern. We're going in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got 3 movers. And one that is shot artifact and has left the base, or left their launch line. I say that motif or that pattern of specific pattern of 3, you'll see the white structure at the center of the back of the field. That is called the obelisk. The obelisk, yes, we know, normally has 4 sides, but this one has 3.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. Looks like we have a few more that can shoot up high this week. I am very curious to see how this pink one, whoa, that has some shooting power. And you'll notice that one is shooting from this far launch line, and that is part of it is you can choose, do you want to shoot it from this front triangle, front to us, or do you want to shoot it from the far one? And it all depends. Your velocity might have, an angle might have to change based on that. All right, we've got Red Alliance has got 2 artifacts, and we've got 1 in the blue, but I feel another one coming on from... Oh, but this is the bummer part. If it bounces out, it does not count. It has to go through the square and get classified. So that just means you go get another one and you try it again. Backspin can be an advantage in this game. Oh. All right, the Red Alliance now has 6 in and 3 for the blue. Oh, let's make it 4. I see another one coming. 5, 6. Oh, but the Red Alliance got 1 while they were working on that too. We've got lots of balls flying on this game. Yes. Now is our 20 seconds end game where they can go and park. All right, we have got 4 parking robots in here. Now again, after they disable all the robots, the referees will go and they will check to see who is touching and being supported either fully or partially inside those base zones. So in this game, the location of your wheels matters more than anything else. Let's talk, while we have a good example here, let's talk about that motif a little bit more. You'll see that when we say randomize, the computer generates and tells us which side of the obelisk is going to be showing. All 3 sides have one of the green and purple patterns, and they have a specific April tag. The thing that looks like a QR code is called an April tag. So teams get additional points if at the end of auto and at the end of teleop, the pattern on their ramp follows the pattern of the motif on the obelisk. So they get bonus points, 2 per ball. So if the pattern is green, purple, purple for this match, and we'll look over here, we see green, that's 2 points. Purple, that's 2 points. Purple, that's 2 points. Oh, but the next one needs to be green, so that one doesn't get bonus. The next one needs to be purple. That doesn't get points. The next one needs to be purple. That gets points. Green, purple. So they got quite a few of the bonus points on there. This is a close one, so we'll have to see who comes out on top on this one. Oh, red wins. And you'll see how we were talking about here. You see how the red got 14 pattern points, and those are those bonus points of the balls that they had up there. They actually had 1 during auto that counted, and then they had 6 during teleop that followed the pattern. So 7 times 2 is 14 points. So you get 2 bonus points for each ball at the end that follows that motif and pattern. So the reason that we randomize it is to make it trickier, because the teams have to choose their program for auto before they know what the motif is. So as we get later in the season, the goal will be for after the robots start, this all has to be pre-programmed. They'll have some kind of a camera that will read the April tag on the obelisk, which will tell the robot what the pattern is, and then be able to shoot the pattern based on what their balls are in their robot. So that is next level. There won't be any of that today, but that is what the next step is, and that's part of the randomizing. You'll also notice that there are 2 April tags on each of the goals, 1 for red and 1 for blue. Again, those are used, the robots can have cameras on them that can read that April tag, and depending on whatever other hardware they have, odometer pods and programming stuff, can determine exactly where they are on the field and whether or not they're on the proper launch zone, and if they wanted to, could tell based on where I am parked what my velocity and motor speed and angle and all stuff has to be. So there's a lot of behind the scenes programming and visual learning and stuff that will take place as the season goes on. As you see robots lining up, the rules are for placing is they have to be touching an exterior wall or the goal, and they have to be touching over a launch line or breaking the plane of the launch line. When we talk about tape line, all the lines, we talk about breaking the plane. So the outer edge of the tape is like an infinite line that goes up, and they just need to break the plane of that. Oh, I should introduce our teams that are on here. All right, for 5, on the Red Alliance, we have 23894 Space Gato from Riceville with Team 10383 Robo Warriors from Wapsie Valley. On the Blue Alliance, we have 13206 Wave Droids from Waverly Shell Rock and Team 5153 Roar from Benton. All right, we have motif number 1, which just happens to be the same one it was last time. On 3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have 1 mover, and I think we're just moving. Nick was really scared that I was going to shoot him right in the face, weren't you? Nope, it was just moving. It wasn't launching. It is a little bit of intimidating, isn't it, to look down the ramp?
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now they're off, and now they can start shooting if they have the preload. You see that 13206 has some preloaded balls that they're ready just to put in there, and we've got 10383 on the other side that also has balls. Oh, 1 short, 1 over. They're going to figure that out and exactly where they have to be placed. And we got 1 in. Good job to the Red Alliance. Their partners are now going to be collecting balls for and as they continue to shoot and score points, you'll notice there's a lot of people standing up here. And this is called the drive team. each team on the Alliance has 4 people who will be up here. 2 that are controllers and they're drivers. And oftentimes, one of them is controlling the chassis and the wheels, and the other one is controlling the input and output. So they have to work really closely together so they make sure they're on the same page. There's another person who is wearing a tag who is the drive coach. Their sole job is to tell the drivers where to go and what to do. So if you're a bossy firstborn, that's a great job for you. They are also the only ones who are allowed to touch the driver hub, meaning they get to push the initialize, pick the program, start, stop. They are the only ones. If anyone else touches the driver hub, that's a foul. The 4th person on the team is called the human player, and their job is to reintroduce artifacts back into the field. If they go flying and one of the other field racers catch it, they give it back to the human player, and the human player can put it back in the field. All right, how are we doing over here? We've got quite a few launched on the Blue Alliance. We got 3 launched on the Red Alliance, and it looks like we've got a couple Parkers. And you'll see these are both partial parks. This one has 1 wheel inside. You'll see this one's really close, but this back left wheel has broken the plane of the tape. And so by that much, it's a partial park instead of a full park, which is why it takes really good drivers and really good parkers. So in other words, they should be practicing their parallel parking here. Looks like the Blue Alliance wins, 61-18. I probably. Do I need? All right, we've got our next set of teams that are setting up on the field. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 3788, the Cats, Chaos Applied to Science from Van Horn. And third partners are 9203, Chaotic Cool Cats from Cedar Falls. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 14736, Showbots from Waverly Show Rock. And Team 15201, the Palladium Pandas from Cedar Falls. Remember how I was talking about how they had so many people? This is the game. This is a game for a while, or they've had the most for a while in a couple years. But you'll notice in the boxes of tape lines, they have to stay inside those tape lines for the entire match. They cannot leave. And that's a really small space for 8 people, so they have to learn to get along really well. All right. We're really randomizing. It's the third match in a row. It's been the same. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like we've got 2 movers and shakers. That's 3 points each for each alliance for leading the tape line.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now we're off to try to shoot those balls. Oh, well, hey, that's one way to do it, is to give it to your alliance partner. It looks like they're having a little bit of trouble getting going over there. There is a limit of 3 artifacts that you can control at the time. So each robot can only have possession of 3. That includes balls that are, or artifacts that are inside your robot, as well as ones that you are specifically herding to a certain place. Some of the robots are designed to carry all 3. Some of them are only designed to have 1. And we've got another purple into the red alliance and just missed on the blue alliance. One of the other jobs of the human players, so you'll notice it's taking place over here on the red alliance, is the human player is allowed to help load the robot. They can take a ball. They can only take balls that are inside their loading zone, and they can place them in the robot. However, at no time can they actually touch the robot, or they can't touch the robot with the artifact in their hand. There has to be some airspace in between. So they're just gently dropping or tossing it in there. And we got another purple one in there. All right, it looks like we're standing still. All right. They'll now disable their robots, and they will check on their base parking points. for that last match. Blue team wins. And this is a higher score, and you'll notice one of the reasons is because there were 30 foul points. The Red Alliance, one of the teams on the Red Alliance, when they were driving at the end game, during end game, the last 20 seconds when robots are parking in their bases, those bases are protected zones, meaning if the Blue Alliance is parking in their base, a Red Alliance robot cannot touch them or interfere with them. And it just so happens during that last match that one of the red robots touched both blue robots while they were in the base zone, and that's 5th major foul each, so that's 15 points each, and so that's where those 30 foul points came from. Again, just beginning driver, figuring out where or not you can contact. Some of those same things are also true for some of the other tape lines. If a team is in their gate zone to open the gate, or if they're in their secret tunnel, which is the straight line, or their loading zone, you can be in that zone from the opposite alliance, but if that robot touches you or makes contact in any way, then it's foul. So it's at your own risk to be anywhere near the other alliance's zones. And a lot of that rule is just to prevent the fact that we are not battle bots, and that the goal is to be shooting artifacts, not to be bump and running with everybody. All right, for this match, we have on the Red Alliance, team number 6661, the Starmont Sun Devils from Wapsie Valley, from Starmont, and red teammate is 6420 Saberhoof Tigers from Cedar Falls. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 8922 Steampunks from Central Middle School in Waterloo, and team 5975 Cybots from Denver. Hey, we have a different motif pattern this time. Purple, purple, green. In 3, 2, 1, go. We've got to move her. Oh, we've got a shot. Oh, that was close. And a move. All right. We have got 3 that it looks like get their lead points. 2 on the Blue Alliance and 1 on the Red Alliance. If you didn't catch that, the Blue Alliance now as a minor foul for
picking up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
You heard the voice say pick up your controllers. You may not touch your controllers until the voice says pick up your controllers. So it's very important to keep hands off. All right, it looks like we're getting ready to aim and fire. Got an overshoot on the blue here. Oh, the purple. One short one though. But we got 1 on the Blue Alliance. Oh, sometimes those balls just bounce in places that you don't expect. Now we're going back to load. You'll see that the Cybots have a unique loading system where the human player just drops those 3 balls in. Where that ball goes during the middle, nobody knows, but it comes out the other end. Let's see if they can make it and aim it this time. Hey, there they got 1. And 2. And 3. We're 3 for 3 on that round. But it looks like the Red Alliance is getting ready to shoot too. Hey, we got 1. And we got 2. They're keeping up with each other that way. Oh. All right, team 5975 is locked and loaded. While team 6661 is ready. Yep. Here's one of the tricky parts. If you have to be in the same place to launch every time and somebody else is there, you have to wait for them. Oh, that counts because it was before the buzzer. All right, it looks like the blue team won that match. Again, those foul points were for touching the controllers during autonomous. While these teams are setting up, you may be wondering, well, what are all these other icons down at the bottom? Well, it got a little bit more complicated this year, but they're called ranking points, and teams earn ranking points based on their accomplishments during each match. The first three that have the little trophy, that is if you win the match, you get 3 ranking points. If you tie the match, you get 1, and if you do not win the match, you do not get any. So that's the number 1. The next one is this little robot guy here. Those points are awarded if you score a certain number of points that are combined between the leaving the launch line at the beginning and parking in the base. If you get over a certain amount of point, you earn that ranking point. The next one is for the artifacts. If you get a certain number of artifacts that go through your ramp, you earn that one. And the 3 there are the motif. If you score a certain amount of points, a threshold with your motif, you get that ranking point. All right, for this one, we have Team 9203, the Chaotic Cool Cats from Cedar Falls, partnered with 10656, the Falcon Bots from Parkersburg. On the Blue Alliance, we have 6625, Robot Remains from Independence, and Team 3788, the Cats, Chaos Applied to Science from Van Horn. All right, we're back to green, purple, purple. This must just be the computer's favorite one today. In 3, 2, 1, go! We have a mover. We have a shooter. Oh! But they did get the leave points for leaving the launch line. One thing you'll notice is when the field teams returns the artifacts, they can hand them to the drivers who are busy driving, and they can hand them to the human player, but the coach, the drive coach, is not allowed to touch the artifacts.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And they're off, going to collect more artifacts to be able to shoot for those goals. Looks like we got 4 different shooting ones in this match. As I said, each person's role on the drive team is very, very important, and each one has very specific rules about what they can and cannot do. And part of today is just the different drive teams figuring out what are the rules and working together to make sure they're all on the same page. We've got a couple locked and loaded, one on the Blue Alliance, one on the Red Alliance. 6625 is getting into position, and they make it in. 610, 656 is ready to launch. Oh, just overshot. Oh, so close. Did we get one in? Yes, we got a purple in. And you'll notice the 3 artifacts that are on their classifier are in the correct order, green, purple, and there they go for the green. So they are very specifically looking for certain color artifacts in order to complete that motif pattern. Because it's 3 points for the ball on the ramp, and it's an additional 2 points for being the correct color. So those are worth 5 points each. All right, now's the time that they can go park, but again, this is when they have to be careful and not touch anything that's in the other, or touch the other robots while they're in their base. All right. All right, did they get wheels in? It looks like they might have. We definitely got 2 partials over there. And they're going to go with 2 partials on this side. Yep. It's so tricky because you have to look at it at multiple angles. Is it straight on from the top, just breaking the plane of the outside of that tape line? And that is something that teams have to take into consideration. If you build a robot that's exactly 18 by 18 inches, it's going to be a lot more difficult to park than say you have a robot that's 17 by 15 inches. But there's a lot of mechanisms that have to fit into that robot. And so it's all part of the design process, trying to decide how are you going to arrange things, how big they can be, how close you can put them together. It looks like the winners of this match are the Blue Alliance. And we had a foul-free match. Good job, teams. See, they're learning already. I'll go back to those ranking points. You'll see here again, the Blue Alliance, they each got 3 ranking points for winning that match. None of the teams met the threshold for the other ranking points. All right, I have a very important announcement. We are going to take our lunch break after match 10. So we are going to play match 9, 10. We will take a 30-minute lunch break, and then we will come back with match 11. We have a full concession stand that's available where you came in by the main entrances over there with pizza, hamburgers, hot dogs, and Jimmy John's sandwiches, as well as lots of other goodies for sale. This is a fundraiser for our WSR Robotics teams, and so we invite you to come and join us for lunch there. You're feel free to take your food into here, and food is allowed in the pits. Food is just not allowed here. And speaking of the pits, if you have not gone into the pits, which is what we call the area in the cafeteria over there, you are absolutely more than welcome to go and check out your team's robot, other teams' robots, ask the students questions. They would love to tell you about their robot. The only requirement is that you grab a pair of safety glasses from the table at the entrance. You must wear safety glasses and closed-toed shoes while you're in the pits. And then just return the glasses when you're done. But we highly encourage you to go and check out and ask the kids questions about their robot. They love to talk about it. All right. For match 9, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 15201, the Palladium Pandas from Cedar Falls, and Team 6661, the Starmont Sun Devils from Starmont. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 14736 Showbots from Waverly, and we'll say the Showbots are from Shell Rock, and the 13206, the Wave Droids, are from Waverly. If you didn't catch it, that's why we're called the Waverly, or the Wave Droids and the Shellbots, because we're from Waverly, Shell Rock. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. Looks like we got 3 movers. Oh, and it just missed out there. All right, we're waiting for that 2-minute mark where they tell them to touch their controllers. Don't touch anything until then.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And they're off. Now they're going to go collect them. It's like we're going to off and shooting from all angles. We've got the Red Alliance 6661 is getting locked and loaded to shoot. Oh, and they spit it out the back. But they're going to go for that second one. There it goes in. 1 ball or 1 artifact for the Red Alliance. We've got balls flying all over on the Blue Alliance side. And we've got more on the Blue Alliance. So you might ask, what happens when it's full and they just go off? Well, there is a little black gate where they can hit and they can let them all out. And so they can start all over again. And then they continue to earn more points for the ones that are in the classifier than for the ones that go over top. The rules is you can only exert pressure to open the gate. You can't close it. You have to let gravity do that. And while you are closing your gate, a robot from the opposing alliance cannot touch you. You are protected while you are closing and opening the gate. Also, you cannot interfere with the gate with your other opposing alliance. So there's lots of rules surrounding that. And we're working on towards end game. We're going to get those last balls shooting out. And now it's time to park. Can they get that last one in and still park? It's a race. Hey, they made it. All right. It looks like we might have everybody parking on this one. All right, we've got 2 partials, and we got a partial and a full, so we got lots of parking points on this one. Let me ask that motif pattern, which is purple, purple, green for this one, that only gets scored. You step back a little bit. That only gets scored at rest, meaning now. So now is the time when they look to see what's the pattern on the ramp. Before they let all the balls out, that doesn't count anything towards the motif pattern. It only counts at the end of auto and at the end of teleop. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 balls that fit the motif. So they'll get a total of 8 points for that, 2 for each. That motif is actually indexed too to the balls 1 through 3, 4 through 6, and 7 through 9. So it doesn't matter. You can't just start the motif on slot 2 or slot 3. It's literally 1 is the first one, 2 is the second one, 3 is the third one, and then it starts over again. So it's indexed per slot and not just that motif is somewhere in the row. All right, this is going to be one more match before we take our lunch break. Like the Blue Alliance won. You could see because of those artifact points, this is where they scored most of their points because they were able to fill their classifier, empty it, and then keep on going. I started telling you about the ranking points again too. You'll notice on the sides here, there are going to be arrows up and down and some numbers and stuff too. LR stands for league rank, and that's where they're ranked in our league, which has 28 teams total. And this tells you where they currently are at for this meet. So it'd be 7th and 6th. And that will show you whether they've moved up or down after that score. Now, some of these league rankings are a little bit hard to interpret right now because they are cumulative. So there was a meet last week in which there were like 14 teams that competed. And so until each team has kind of competed in a couple meets, they don't really mean much. All right, let's meet our teams for this match. On the red team, we have Team 5153 Roar, Robots on a Rampage from Benton, and Team 8922 Steampunks from Central Middle School. On the Blue Alliance, we have teams 2404, Robot Not Found from Parkersburg, and 6625, Robot Remains from Independence. Our randomization is green, purple, purple this time. In 3, 2, 1, go! Wow, we've got 4 of them that are off. We've got a shot, and it looks like we have 3 that have left. Team 5153 did leave their starting position. However, they are still over top of a launch line, so they do not get the leaving points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now they're off to collect balls and launch. .5153 has a very interesting design with some types of wheels that only they have been using. Notice those Omni wheels in the back, you're like, those wheels aren't facing the right direction. But the way that they are designed, they can actually help and stabilize the robot. We've got 1 in for the Blue Alliance. As you see, the Red Alliance has been doing a good job collecting balls over there. Those artifacts are scoring points for being in what is called the depot. However, those depot artifacts are up for grabs at any time. Anybody can come and get them. And they are only scored at the very, very end. All right. Part of this year's game is that all of them are crossing. You know, it's the human players here, and they're shooting here, and this way, and that. And so the drivers have to figure out and do this funny little dance on the field, like where can we go? So are we going where we want to go, but not getting in the way of other robots? And what if they're where I need to be? And so they have a lot more to coordinate for driving, because there are no driving lanes on this field. They can go wherever they want. Looks like we've got 5 artifacts in for the Blue Alliance. And we've got a wheelie going on for Blue. All right, now that everything has come to rest, this is when they score. We've got 3 partial parks on this one. All right. Qualification 10 goes to the Blue Alliance. All right, we are now at 12 o'clock on the dot, and we'll be taking our 30-minute lunch break. Feel free to use the restrooms, which are way around the corner by the concession stand, and visit our concession stand. We will start back here with match 11 at 12:30 sharp. Teams who are in match 11 should be queued and ready to go before 12:30. right, we're back after lunch. I hope you were able to fill up. Sorry about running out of some of the concession stuff. We never know how much the basketball scrimmage girls are going to eat and how much they don't, and so sorry about running out of some stuff. But we're ready. 3, 2, 1, go! Looks like we've got 1 move point from the 5975 Cybots. Trying to think about what to call this thing. I recognize. They're famous for being able to have origami dragons. I see the origami dragons on there. Very cool.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now they're off and they're ready to shoot. Robots are lining up for where they need to be in order to shoot. We'll see if the robots have made, there we go in for the Red Alliance. We'll see what adjustments the robots did over lunch. You probably noticed that the practice field was very busy over there as they are making tunings and fixing, and that's why this is an always improving process. The iterations are never done. 10656 is shooting and missing there. The Red Alliance 10383 is we're lining up. And they've got, it bounced out, but they got 2 in. 3 in now. Again, the ones that bounce out do not count. They have to go through that square. They've just about got their ramp filled up. They're getting into position. And they're 10383. They're emptying their ramp, which they are allowed to do at any point. So now that they can collect some more, because when the artifacts rest in the ramp and are classified, they are worth 3 points. If they are overflow and roll over the top, they're only worth 1 point. So it actually gets more points if you're just filling it up and emptying than if you have it all at once. All right, those robots are working towards parking. We got one last one in there. Looks like we're edging in there. All right. We've got 4 partial parks. All right, looks like the Red Alliance is winning this one. We had to put clarification over lunch. Those artifact points, where they scored 36 artifact points, that was the points they scored for the artifacts that went through. When we talk about the artifact ranking point, though, that one, the threshold is 36, and it's not 36 points. It's 36 actual artifacts. And so there's a difference between how things are scored for that ranking point. It might be a while before we see those ranking points come up, because that 36, that means they need to fill and empty their ramp 4 times throughout the match, including auto. And so far, I think the most we've ever done is emptying it once. So it'll be a while, but they'll get there. All right, let's meet our teams for the next match, qualification 12. On the Red Alliance, we have team 5153 Roar from Benton and team 14736 Shellbots from Waverly Shell Rock. On the Blue Alliance, we have team 6420 Saberhoof Tigers from Cedar Falls and team 8922 Steampunks from Waterloo. As you guys can probably tell, it takes a lot of volunteers to put on, organize, and run a meet like this. So if you could do me a favor and give a hand to all the volunteers that have been working and putting all this stuff on. All right, we got all of our robots lined up, touching the walls or the goal. Good if you could step back like by the question box, that will help me so I can be able to see. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go! And we got to shoot. Oh, we got one out of the two. We got some leave points. What you may have noticed too, each of the robots have to put their number on their robot to help identify them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And they have to be switchable. So if they're on the Red Alliance, they will have their red number plate on. If they have on the Blue Alliance, they'll have their blue plate on, which is helpful because who knows what robot is going where. All right. We've got one green artifact in for each alliance. And you'll notice that that pattern this time is green, purple, purple. So those balls are worth 5 each if they stay till the end. One of the tricky things about launching these is that it all depends on motor speed. And it depends on battery power. If your battery is running low, it might not do what it did when it was fresh and fully charged. And so you have to make adjustments for that. All right, we've got some chasing. We've got, oh, just to the right. And the Red Alliance finally got one in there. They've got their aim down now. But team 6420 is in a zone. They're in a pattern, moving back and forth. Oh, it looks like we lost a wheel. All right, they're positioning themselves for parking. It looks like everybody is going to take a partial park on this one. All right. One area that I haven't talked about yet is the secret tunnel. And you'll notice that at the end of the ramp, from there to the loading zone, there's a red zone and there's a blue zone. And those are semi-protected zones for when the ramp is released by the gate, then the balls kind of naturally all flow into there. And you'll see it's the opposite color of what the goal is. So that's trying to give the other alliance the chance to be able to go get those balls. Now, the same alliance can get those balls, but if they get contacted in there, then they get fouls. So it's very important that when you're releasing the gate, that you don't touch somebody who's releasing the gate. It looks like blue ones. This was a close one. It's very important that if you're releasing the gate, somebody's releasing the gate, you don't touch them. And if somebody's getting stuff out of the secret tunnel, you don't touch them. And if somebody's in the loading zone, you don't touch them. And if somebody's trying to park, you don't touch them. Launch zones, however, are open and free for all. Also, you will notice on the blue that the Blue Alliance did get the robot ranking point, and that was because they had ones move and they both got partial parks. So they reached the 15 point, or I forgot what the threshold is. They did earn that ranking point. And also just a reminder, those ranking points, again, I was saying before lunch, they don't really mean a whole lot right now because this is the first meet of the season. Your ranking point score is the average of your best 10 matches. Well, the teams here today are only playing 6 matches, and so most of them won't have that. So those remaining 4 sit at 0 until they've played 10 matches, which brings down their average. So until all teams have played 10 matches, means all teams have been to 2 different meets, those ranking scores don't really mean a whole lot. But they should increase over the season as teams get better and earn some more additional ranking points. All right, then for this match, on the Red Alliance, we have Team 5975 Cybots from Denver and 13206 Wave Droids. On the Blue Alliance, we have Teams 9203 Chaotic Cool Cats and Team 6625 The Robot Remains. All right, our motif this time is purple, green, purple. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. We've got all 4 of them that are on the move. We've got 1 shot that's a miss. All right. There was a foul on blue for contacting during auto. During auto, you are supposed to stay on your half of the field. If you go across the middle line and touch another robot, that is a foul. It looks like we have 3 move points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now they're off. See, these massive 3D printed designs can start shooting them in. You notice that there are rules for the certain materials you can and cannot use, but one of the things you can do is 3D print. You have to CAD design it and then 3D print parts. Sometimes you have to weld them together too. And it looks like both teams on the Red Alliance are teams that are heavily CAD'ed and heavy 3D printing. All right, looks like the Red Alliance has come up with 5 and 2 for the Blue Alliance. But they're sucking them up and getting ready to put them in. We got green, and it's a miss with the purple. Another thing to keep in mind is when they do fill that ramp, those motif extra bonus points only count at the very end of the match, at the end of teleop. So if they release it, they can start over. So what is motif now doesn't really matter. What matters is when the buzzer rings. There we go. You'll notice on that one, that gate didn't quite, that last ball got stuck on it. Robots are not allowed to apply pressure to close the gate, only to open. They have to rely on gravity to close the gate, so they have no control over that part. All right, the Red Alliance is working on that pattern. They've got purple, green, purple now. All right. Controllers are down. All right, here come the final scores for that match. Red Alliance wins. There you go. All right, on the Red Alliance this time, we have 10383 Robo Warriors and 15201 Palladium Pandas. On the Blue Alliance, we have 6420 Saberhoof Tigers and 2404 Robot Not Found. Star motif. In 3, 2, 1, go! We've got a mover. We've got a shooter. We got 3 movers.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now they're all moving, getting to position to shoot. And, oh, the Red Alliance bounced out. Oh, but hey, they almost shot it back to themselves. That would have been a good offensive rebound. All right, we got one in for another for the Blue Alliance. We've got 2 that are locked and loaded and ready to go. Here it comes. The anticipation. Oh, that was another close one. One of these times, the Red Alliance is going to get one in there. Meanwhile, their partners are collecting balls for them. Here it comes. Let's cheer on that Red Alliance. They're going to get one in. I can feel it. Yeah, they got one in. 2 in. 2 out of 3. That's great. Here comes another one for the Blue Alliance. All right. Looks like 10383 has found the sweet spot now. All right, we're getting towards that end game, so now they can have their last chances of trying to get a few in the goal before they go in park. Oh. All right. Looks like 10383 just got a wheel inside. The referees decided there's 2 partials on the Red Alliance. All right. This match goes to the Blue Alliance. 46-30. Just as an FYI for you, if you want to refill your water bottles there and you tried to use the little drinking fountain out here, it's basically broken and it was probably very sad. There is a water bottle refiller water fountain if you go past the restrooms all the way into that back corner. So if you have a water bottle you want to refill, that's where the best place to go is. Also, if your students, this is to parents, if your students come home with things in their pockets, it's because there is a table out here that's called the giveaway table. The Waverly teams did some cleaning over the summer, and we have some stuff that we would wanted to give away. And so it's free for the taking for anyone. Most of the stuff is already gone. It may or may not show up at your house. Hopefully it mostly stays in robotics rooms, just not ours. I said that's the number one rule. You may take whatever you want as long as it doesn't come back here. And I will say the organizer trays and the brown cart that is next to it are both up for grabs too. I don't want them back either, so please take them. And if you just dump the stuff out of it, that's A-okay. So if your students have a 312 Yellow Jacket motor hanging down in their pocket, that's where it came from. I forgot to announce these teams, but you can see them up there. Purple, purple, green is our motif. We're ready in 3, 2, 1, go! We had some movement over there for their leave points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and they are off. Looks like we're aiming for the same spot there. Again, this is tricky. Robots will have to figure out how they can shoot from different spots in the field because your ideal shooting spot might not always be available. And we got the Red Alliance got one in and one over. All right. 6661 is locked and loaded to go again, while 10656 is getting ready to launch. This looks like a timing issue too. What if they both shoot at the same time and the balls collide in midair? I'd really like to almost see that. All right. All right, 10656 is trying to get loaded. They've got their spinners going. And they've got 2 for 2 on that one. Let's see what the 10656 can do. You'll see that a lot of the teams kind of have similar designs for their launchers. With those rotating gecko wheels. Now there is a great variety of colors. One thing you can go and ask the teams in their pits is what speed of motor do they put on those spinning gecko wheels? We've got 2 partial parks on this one. All right, looks like the Red Alliance takes that match. All right, we're getting set for qualification 16. We're getting through these. Red team this time is 6625 Robot Remains, and team 13206, the Wave Droids. On the Blue Alliance, we have 6420 Saberhoof Tigers and 14736 Shellbots. For those of you who are brand new to FTC and have never seen a meet before, you'll notice that these teams' pairings are all randomized at the beginning. They do not know until the drivers' meeting who is going to be on their team and who is going to be against them. And one of the reasons that cooperation is such a big deal with FIRST is because your goal would be to help everybody, because the person who may be your partner on one match might be your opponent on the other, and vice versa. So it is in all teams' best interest to make sure that all teams are ready to succeed, because you never know when they're going to be your alliance partner. In 3, 2, 1, go! Looks like we got 3 movers. We got several shooters.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, they are off and ready to be shooting. So we got 3 or 4 shooter robots this time, so we should have plenty of balls going into the ramps. Oh, we have a miss over there. A little bit too long on that one. We've got 2 right in a row, back to back on there. 3 purples. We have a shoot and a miss on the blue side. Those balls are flying. Oh. All right, we got just about, oh, it looks like the blue alliance is now full. So now it's, and the red alliance is nearly there. So now it's the team's decision. Do you empty the ramp and start over, or do you hold it for motif pattern points and just use overflow? It looks like the red team has elected to empty their gate as they start shooting some more in. They've got a couple more in there. Oh, they're piling them in now. Now it's time to park. We've got, and it looks like we've got, we'll see what they rule if there's a full park over there on blue. So all four have partial parks for this one. All right, the winner of this match is the Blue Alliance. You'll see there the fouls are actually the difference maker in this one. Red was assessed a major foul at the beginning for touching, going across the center line and touching the robots during auto. They were also assessed a penalty when you saw that ball fly out the front. That is technically illegal because it's not shooting towards it. If you notice the position of their robot, it was completely unintentional. They were just facing the wrong direction and probably pushed the wrong button. So they'll be learning from that. All right, our teams for this one on the Red Alliance. We have 15201 Palladium Pandas and 5153 Roar, Robots on a Rampage. On the Blue Alliance, we have 10656 Falcon Bots and 6661 Starmont Sun Devils. Our motif this time is green, purple, purple.
Red Alliance ready. Blue Alliance ready.
Ready in 3, 2, 1, go! We've got 2 movers and a gentle love tap of the green artifact.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now they're off to the races to go collect those artifacts and shoot the ones that they have preloaded. Looks like the Blue Alliance, 661 and 10656, both kind of shoot from the same spot, and so part of it is having to take turns. Oh, we lost one off the back. Yeah. There's a lot of talking that goes back and forth between the drivers and the coaches and the human players and between Alliance members. So there's a lot of communication that happens. Oh, it looks like we lost a wheel. And not a driving wheel. It looks like it's one of their either intake or outtake wheels. Can they make it? Oh, they lost it out the back again. We're nearing end game where they can start thinking about parking. They're going to get one of these in. They got to get one of these in. Oh, just a little bit too low that time. All right, now it's we're going to park. And they finally got one in. All right. Can they park? All right. What you might did you notice that Team 5153 doesn't have a working shooter, but they were working really hard that whole match. Look at all the balls that are artifacts that they very quietly stashed in the red goal. And if you watched them, they just very carefully protected it the whole time so that the Blue Alliance couldn't come and just knock them out. So they're getting at least 5 points in there for stashing balls in their depot. So that's a great use of every robot on the field is useful. You just have to find a job. And they fully parked. So they did their job. The foul that you'll probably see us that was called is on the Red Alliance for being in the blue gate zone. You see how they are contacting the Blue Alliance's gate. They are not allowed to touch that gate. Let's give an extra hand for our field resetters, Lucas and Kyler, who have a lot of work to do trying to get all of those round artifacts to be on a straight line and not roll away. They probably have gotten it down. You have to balance it just right on one of those open holes so that it doesn't roll away. And they have to get the pattern right every single time. So this is some intense work that goes on. All right, for qualification 18 on the Red Alliance, we have 5975 Cybots from Denver and 3788 Cats. Chaos Applied to Science from Benton. On the Blue Alliance, we have the Steampunks from Waterloo and the 10383 Robo Warriors from Fairbank. We were just discussing the clarification of the rules. If you haven't seen it, you really should. The competition manual, that granted there are a lot of pictures and diagrams, but the competition manual, I don't know if you can see it out there, is 180 pages long. And so kudos to anyone who's actually read the whole thing, but that's what we say at the beginning. Everybody should read the comp manual. In 3, 2, 1, go! Looks like we have 2 movers. Yes, that comp manual is 180 pages long, and you are responsible for knowing each and every rule that's in it. And every Thursday, they come out with an update and clarification to the rules, which is usually 1 to 3 pages, and we're on update 10.2, which means that the competition manual is now well over 200 pages long.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Quality bedtime reading. All right, we're all off and ready to go. 10383 is loading up. Then the Cybots 5975 are getting ready to load. Hitting Kyler right on the chest. And there they go. He has to give it back. One of the rules is when they do give introduce the artifacts back give them back to the drive teams, the only person who is not allowed to touch them is the coach. It has to be given to a driver or a human player. Oh, it looks like 5975 is on roll now. They got 2 into their alliance goal. They are classified on their ramp. And they're all ramping, and they're all spinning and dancing in the middle, trying to get into the right position. We've got 1 more each onto the Red and the Blue Alliance, and another one onto the Red and Blue Alliance. They're keeping up with each other, 4 to 4. And there we go, up to 5. Locked and loaded, ready to go. Here they go back to the middle again. Positioning is so important, and that's part of the drive teams practicing. Five, 9, 7, 5 got 3 out of 3 on that round. Here comes 3 more. We've entered in-game. Robots are working on parking. Oh, and that's the end of the buzzer. Looks like the Red Alliance completed their ramp, their classifier. And now they will look. And it looks like they got, if I can count correctly, 1, 2, 3, 4 pattern points. 4 times 2, 8 pattern points. Don't worry, the score trackers are not doing that. They are simply inputting what the color pattern is, and the computer figures out whether or not the pattern points get it. So they don't have to count and they add up like that. All right, got the official results from that match. Red wins, 58-35. When I said that. In case you're wondering, I was getting clarification what the foul's on there, because there's so many ways that you can get fouls on it. One is for contacting the opponent's gate. Remember, you cannot touch the other opponent's gate. The other one was for having too many balls outside the field. You see in this black box, there's 6 of them that they start with, and they can preload up to all of them. But at any one time, the human players cannot have more than 6 balls outside the field or in their hands. So if they've got 6 in the box and 1 in each hand, that's 8, and that's too many. And if they make a good faith effort to just drop them, that's so fine. But if they aren't paying attention and they've got 8. All right, looks like we got green, purple, purple. Three, 2, 1, go. Oh. Looks like we've got 3 move points for this one.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, and now they're off and running. We got 1 artifact in for the Blue Alliance. And now we're working on shooting a second one, just missed. And we got a second one in there. And a third one. You can see one of the jobs of the coaches or the drive team is to talk to their human player and say they're asking for very specific colors because they want to get some of those motif pattern points. And there we go, 9203. They knew the pattern is green, purple, purple. And then we're green, so they've got 4 of their pattern points there now. So what are they going to go for next? Probably a purple. Oh, and it's a mess. Now you can see 9203 and 2404 as they're fighting over those balls over there in the depot. All of those balls are completely up for grabs until the final buzzer sounds. We're looking for parking. Are they going to do a wheelie? All they need is a wheel. I don't know. It'll be up to the refs to decide. That one's really close. Oh, it looks like they got bumped just outside. That's a part of their parallel parking skills. Are they going to give a friendly little bump to their alliance partner? Because they could bump them out of points. Looks like we got a full park on celebrating with 9203. The official result is that the Blue Alliance wins. You also notice the Blue Alliance got their robot ranking point. That is because their leave points, which were 6, and their base points, which were 15, that adds up to 21. Right now, the threshold is 18. If you score 18 or more points between those two, then you get your robot ranking point. That means, if you do the math, that you have to have both your robots leave and at least one either full park or both of them partial park in order to get it. All right, we're on our final 4 matches of the day, which means most teams are probably on their last match of the day. For qualification 20 on the red team, we are going to have 15201 Palladium Pandas and 3788 Cats, Chaos Applied to Science. On the blue alliance, we're going to have 5975 Cybots and 5153 Roar, Robots on Rampage. On 3, 2, 1, go! Looks like we've got 2 movers on this one. So agonizing waiting for that how we ought to start.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now we've got it moving again. Looks like we're getting in position. Oh, it's a little high. Again, if you put a fresh battery in, your shooting mechanism might behave differently, and that's something that all teams have to take into account. They're close. They found the spot to be now. Looks like the other 3 robots are vying over artifacts that are rolling around. Hey, they got another one in. There they go. There we go. They're looking for more. Meanwhile, 5153, 3788. And the other Red Alliance is working on herding balls. You see the Red Alliance over here, they're coordinating their parking so that both of them can fit in there somehow. And that's what Alliance teams have to do. They're very carefully lining things up. Okay, now we're officially in the end game. All right, last shots in, getting ready to park. All right. These robots have to get up close and cozy, just like the drive teams have to do in the drive box. You notice that the drive teams do a lot of communicating while they're in the box. They also do a lot of communicating at the queuing tables, figuring out what they're going to do. And they do a lot of communicating in the pits. So it's not just about driving the robots. You have to talk to people. All right, as the teams get set up for qualification 21, we on the Red Alliance, we have 6625 Robot Remains from Independence and 14736 Shellbots from here in Waverly. On the Blue Alliance, we have 10383 Robo Warriors from Opsy Valley and 6661 Starmont Sun Devils from Starmont Schools. Looks like each of the robots has their preferred preload settings. Purple, purple, green is our motif for this match. In 3, 2, 1, go! And we've got a collision in the middle. We got one in. Now you notice there was that collision, but it was between Red Alliance and Red Alliance. There's no penalty for hitting your own partner. Now you may knock them out of position for what their preferred auto actions are, but there is no penalty for that because it's your own partner.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, now they're ready to go and shoot some more. A little high on those Red Alliance. Ah, but their partner got it in. So hard it bounces back out. So much physics and math and control that take place. All right, Red Alliance is dumping them in. Blue Alliance is starting to get in their groove. All right. Oh, Red Alliance, same time. They filled their gate or their ramp. And so now they have to decide, are they going to empty it or are they going to leave it? They decide to empty it, and there it goes. They're going to go scoop those up as fast as they can so they can start entering some more. And there's 2 more for the Blue Alliance, 3 more. You see, they may have been just doing a new strategy. You see how they are all purple? Because there are 2 purples and a green in every motif pattern. Statistics say if you have all purple, you're going to get at least 2 out of the 3 right every single time. So that is one strategy to print or to use only purples. All right, we're in endgame now, and they can park. They got one last one in there. Is there room? Looks like we got some partials. It might be a judgment call on 14736 if they've got a half of a roller wheel over the line. This was a close one because we had a lot of artifacts go in. I want to see Nick do a headstand so that he can decide whether or not that's full of. Oh, they're going to go with the partial. Everybody's got partial. They didn't put that in the referee manual that you might have to do a headstand in order to determine parking. Looks like we got 1 point. That's the closest one that we've had today. Good question. There's 23 total matches, and we're on 22, so these are the last two. On the red team, we have the 10656 Falcon Bots from Parkersburg and the 8922 Steampunks from Waterloo. On the blue alliance, we have 13206 Wave Droids and 9203 Chaotic Cool Cats. And in case you didn't get enough overwhelm, if you would like to geek out and analyze and dig deep on all of the scores like the kids will do when they get home tonight, on our league webpage, there's an event. You can go to the Stonehenge Waverly event, click on there, and you can get all that stats and more online, and you can get out your calculator and figure things out. Or you can just have your student tell you how they did. All right, let's see. We got purple, purple, green this time. In 3, 2, 1, go. We've got 4 movers. Nick's scared out of his mind that thing's going to shoot right at him. That's okay, I'm scared of it too. Looks like we have 3 out of the 4 got their move points. If you'll notice in the corner of the Red Alliance, they moved from their starting location, but they are still over top of a launch line, and so they
Drivers,
do not get
pick up
the
your
base
controllers. 3, 2,
or the leaving point.
1.
Sorry. All right, now that's going to start shooting. Watch out. All right, we got 3 down, but we have Reds working on it too. They both got those little spinner drums. So this might be a good one to see who can do that. It's fun to see what different designs each team comes up with because they're all completely unique. And you'll probably notice as they go out through the season, they might start. We don't call it copying, we call it benchmarking. See what works, what doesn't. Hey, I never thought of that idea. Maybe we can incorporate that into our robot. So this event is just as much a scouting and learning event as it is a competition. Okay. It looks like, unfortunately, the wave droids have been disabled for the rest of the match. Their spinning mechanism got jammed, and in order to not break anything, they had to stop their robot. But it looks like their teammates, 9203, have their back and are still shooting balls. And they said, hey, get out of the way. All right. Now we get down to the parking. Can they coordinate enough? All right. This is an example of what can happen. Anything can go wrong, and it probably will with your robots. And maybe halfway through the match, you just can't go on. And so then you just get to sit there and cheer on your alliance partner. The final results for that match are the Blue Alliance wins. And the Blue Alliance did get those. Both alliances actually did get their robot ranking point for parking. All right, we are getting set for our last match of the day. On the red team, we have 2404 Robot Not Found from Parkersburg, 6661 the Starmont Sun Devils. On the Blue Alliance, we have 14736 Shellbots and 23894 Space Gato. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off and running. We've got a shooter and a couple movers. Have you guys had fun at this meet today? Have you learned something today? Is your mind spinning today? Mine is.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right, so now they're off and ready. Looks like the Red Alliance 6661 is getting ready to launch in launch position. And it looks like 14736 got one out of the two there. Red is working together with one launching. They got two in, and their partner, 28404, herding artifacts. That sounds like a weird phrase, herding artifacts, but those are what the correct technical terms are. Meanwhile, the Blue Alliance is working on launching more. And a little bit long. They're going to get lined up here, ready to shoot into the Red Alliance. And we got 0 for 2 on that one. Let's see what the Blue Alliance can do. Oh, they finally got one in. All right, ready, aim, oh, just off the top. All right. It's end game, and then you can be ready to park. Can they get last balls in there? Looks like they're parking. And let's see what kind of parking points they get. Looks like the Blue Alliance is getting credit for a full park and a no park. They just are outside the edge. All right, let's see that final score. Final match goes to the Red Alliance. All right. Yes. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And next weekend, there are 2 meets, one on Friday night and one on Saturday is at Denver. We look forward to seeing you there and up to League Championship on January 17th.